Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the ethereal realm of Lumina, where the very air shimmered with ancient magic, young Arianwen stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her emerald eyes, flecked with gold, scanned the silvery trees that seemed to dance in an unseen breeze. The elven maiden's delicate fingers absently traced the intricate patterns on her bow, a family heirloom whose true significance she had yet to comprehend. As twilight descended upon the land, an unnatural darkness began to seep from the shadows between the trees. Arianwen's pointed ears twitched, catching whispers of alarm from the forest creatures. Something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, a piercing screech rent the air. Arianwen whirled around to see a flock of shadow-wraiths erupting from the forest canopy, their ethereal forms blotting out the fading sunlight. Heart pounding, she knocked an arrow and let it fly. The projectile blazed with an unexpected golden light, piercing through one of the wraiths and causing it to dissipate with an unearthly wail. Shocked by the power that had surged through her, Arianwen barely had time to react as more wraiths descended upon her village. The air filled with screams and the clash of steel against shadow. Elder Cylindra's voice rose above the chaos. To the heart tree. Protect the heart tree at all costs. Arianwen fought her way through the village, her arrows leaving trails of golden light in their wake. As she reached the ancient heart tree at the center of the settlement, she found Elder Cylindra surrounded by a protective circle of elven warriors. Arianwen, the elder's voice was strained but filled with urgency. The time has come. The prophecy speaks true. You are the last of the Luminari, the royal bloodline we thought lost ages ago. Before Arianwen could process this revelation, a massive shadow coalesced before them, taking the form of a towering armored figure. The Shadow Lord had arrived. Foolish elves. Its voice was like grinding stone. Your light fades. Surrender the crown of light, and I may yet spare your miserable lives. Elder Cylindra stood defiant. The crown is lost to time, monster. You will never extinguish our light. With a roar of fury, the Shadow Lord lashed out, dark tendrils piercing through the elven defenders. Arianwen watched in horror as her kinsmen fell, their light snuffed out in an instant. Run, Arianwen. Elder Cylindra cried out as shadowy bonds began to envelop her. Seek the crown of light. It is our only hope. Tears streaming down her face, Arianwen turned and fled into the depths of the Whispering Woods. The anguished cries of her people echoed in her ears as the shadows consumed her home. For days, Arianwen wandered through the increasingly twisted landscape. The corruption of the Shadow Lord's power was spreading, turning once vibrant forests into gnarled, lifeless husks. Her heart ached with grief and the weight of the destiny thrust upon her. It was in a moonlit glade that she encountered Thorn, a grizzled human warrior with eyes that held both wisdom and sorrow. I've been expecting you, elf child, he grumbled, rising from his position by a small fire. The whispers of the wind speak of your coming. Arianwen eyed him warily. Who are you? How do you know of me? Thorn's laugh was mirthless. I was a mage of some renown. Now I'm little more than a hermit, hiding from the shadows that hunt me. His gaze softened, but perhaps, with your coming, that might change over a meager meal. Thorn explained that he had once been part of an order dedicated to safeguarding powerful artifacts, including the legendary Crown of Light. But we were betrayed, he said bitterly, by one of our own. Malazar, consumed by a lust for power, stole our greatest secrets and unleashed the Shadow Lord upon the world. Arianwen's eyes widened. Then you know where the crown is hidden. Thorn shook his head. Not its exact location, no. But I know how we might find it. He produced an ancient map. its edges crumbling with age. The crown was split into 3 pieces and scattered across the land. We must reunite them if we're to have any hope of defeating the Shadow Lord. As dawn broke, the unlikely pair set out on their quest. Their journey took them through perilous landscapes across the shattered plains where reality itself seemed to warp and twist, through the depths of the echoing caverns where their own fears were given voice and form, and to the peaks of the Frostfire Mountains where elemental forces clashed in eternal combat. Along the way, they encountered Grimble, a dwarf weaponsmith whose gruff exterior hid a heart of gold. Exiled from his people for refusing to forge weapons for a corrupt king, Grimble found purpose in joining their quest. His knowledge of ancient forging techniques proved invaluable as they pieced together clues to the crown's locations. With each fragment of the crown they recovered, Arianwen felt a surge of power awakening within her. The golden light that had first manifested in her arrows now seemed to pulse beneath her skin, growing stronger with each passing day. But as their power grew, so too did the forces arrayed against them. Shadow creatures hounded their steps, and whispers of betrayal sowed seeds of doubt among their allies. Arianwen found herself questioning everything: her newfound heritage, the true motives of her companions, and whether she had the strength to bear the burden placed upon her. It was during their darkest hour, trapped in the twisting corridors of the labyrinth of reflections, that Arianwen's true power manifested. Surrounded by mirror images of their greatest fears and regrets, she reached deep within herself and called forth a light so pure it shattered the illusions and illuminated a path forward. By the ancient gods, Thorn breathed, how evident in his voice, you truly are the heir of Lumina. With renewed determination, they pressed on, finally reaching the Citadel of Dawn, the last bastion of light in a world increasingly shrouded in darkness. It was here, in the heart of the Citadel, that they would make their final stand. As Arianwen placed the last fragment of the crown upon her brow, a blinding light erupted from within her. The very air hummed with power as the crown of light, whole once more, accepted its rightful bearer. But their moment of triumph was short-lived. The ground shook as the Shadow Lord's forces laid siege to the Citadel. And there, leading the charge, was Malazar Thorn's former friend and betrayer. The battle that ensued was epic in scale. As light clashed against shadow, Arianwen, empowered by the crown, shone like a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Thorn's magic, long dormant, surged forth with renewed vigor. Grimble's enchanted weapons cut through shadow flesh like fire through ice. Yet, for all their power, victory remained uncertain. The Shadow Lord seemed to feed on the very darkness it spread, growing stronger with each passing moment. It was Arianwen who realized the truth. The Shadow Lord was not some external evil, but a manifestation of the darkness that existed within all hearts. In that moment of clarity, she made a choice. Instead of fighting the darkness, she opened herself to it, accepting it as part of the natural balance. The crown of light flared, not with the searing brightness of before, but with a warm, encompassing glow that pushed back the shadows without destroying them. You are part of us. Arianwen's voice rang out, filled with compassion and understanding. As we are part of you, there can be no light without shadow, no joy without sorrow. Accept this balance, and let us heal this broken world together. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the battlefield fell silent. Then slowly, the shadows began to recede. The Shadow Lord's form wavered, shrinking and changing until it was no longer a figure of terror, but a reflection of the fears and doubts that existed in all living things. As dawn broke over the Citadel of Dawn, Arianwen stood tall, the crown of light gleaming upon her brow. The world had been forever changed, but hope blossomed anew, for in accepting the shadow within themselves, the people of Lumina had found a deeper, more lasting light. And so, the tale of Arianwen, the last light of Lumina, passed into legend, a story not of vanquishing darkness, but of finding balance and acceptance. A reminder that true strength comes not from denying our shadows, but from embracing them as part of the beautiful, complex tapestry of existence. Story 2, in the crystalline spires of Astrolith, where the boundaries between the mortal realm and the celestial planes blurred, young Celeste stood trembling before the Archon's council. Her silver hair shimmered in the ethereal light that filtered through the opalescent dome, and her eyes, usually a serene blue, now swirled with visions of impending doom. "The sun black rises," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of prophecy. "In 1 year's time, eternal darkness shall engulf our world." The council chamber erupted in a cacophony of gasps and murmurs. Archon Lyra, her face etched with concern, raised a hand to silence the gathering. "Celeste, child of starlight, what more do your visions reveal?" Celeste closed her eyes, allowing the prophecy to flow through her once more. 5 guardians, masters of the elements, must unite. Only they can prevent the eclipse that threatens to extinguish all light. I am to be the light bearer, the one who must gather them. As the weight of her words settled upon the chamber, Celeste felt the mantle of destiny drape heavily across her shoulders. She was no longer just an acolyte of the celestial order. She had become the realm's last hope. The following dawn, Celeste set forth from Astrolith, armed with nothing but her faith and a crystal compass that hummed with ancient magic. Her journey would take her across the vast expanse of Ethoria, a land scarred by centuries of conflict and mistrust between its diverse inhabitants. Her first destination was the Everfire Peaks, home to the Fire Guardian. As Celeste ascended the smoldering slopes, the very air shimmered with heat. At the summit, she found Ignatius, a burly fire giant with skin like cooling lava and eyes that blazed with inner flame. "I've been expecting you, Lightbearer," Ignatius rumbled, his voice like distant thunder. "The stars have whispered of your coming." Celeste explained her mission, and Ignatius nodded gravely. "The balance has long been shifting. I will join your quest, for fire must not be extinguished by eternal night." Together, they journeyed to the bottomless depths, seeking the Water Guardian. Beneath waves that reached towards an unseen sky, they encountered Nerissa, a mercurial sea nymph whose form shimmered between woman and living water. Nerissa's laugh was like the tinkling of crystal droplets. "So, the surface dwellers finally noticed the darkness that has been seeping into my domain? Very well, I shall lend my currents to your cause." 3 guardians remained, and time was slipping away like sand through an hourglass. In the whispering woodlands, they found Sylvan, the Earth Guardian and ancient treant whose roots stretched deep into the heart of the world. His voice was the rustle of leaves in autumn breeze, filled with the wisdom of countless seasons. "The earth trembles with foreboding," Sylvan intoned, his bark creaking as he bent to join their group. "We must make haste." The floating isles of Ealia yielded Zephyr, the air guardian, a capricious sylph who danced on the winds. Her laughter was a gust that nearly swept Celeste off her feet. "Oh, what fun! A quest to save the world? Count me in, darlings." Zephyr twirled, creating a miniature whirlwind that ruffled everyone's hair. But as they searched for the final guardian, whispers of war reached their ears. The kingdoms of Ethoria, gripped by fear of the coming darkness, had turned against one another. Accusations of hoarding resources and ancient grudges resurfaced, threatening to tear the realm apart before the Black Sun could even rise. Celeste's heart grew heavy. "We must find the last guardian quickly," she urged her companions. "Only united can we face the coming shadow." Their search led them to the wasteland of desolation, a barren expanse where even Sylvan's power could coax no life from the parched earth. Here, they encountered Umbra, the shadow guardian, a figure cloaked in darkness, with eyes that reflected the void between stars. "You seek to prevent the inevitable." Umbra's voice was a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "The cycle of light and dark must continue. Why resist?" Celeste stepped forward, her voice unwavering. "Because hope still burns bright in the hearts of Ethoria's people. We fight not just for ourselves, but for all who dream of a future bathed in light." Umbra regarded her silently for a long moment before nodding. "Very well, Lightbearer. I will join your cause, if only to witness the strength of your conviction." With all 5 guardians assembled, Celeste led them to the heart of Ethoria, the ancient city of Lumina, built around a tower that pierced the heavens. Here, they would make their stand against the encroaching darkness. But as they approached the city gates, they found chaos. The streets were filled with refugees from the outlying kingdoms, and the air crackled with tension. Leaders argued in the Grand Plaza, their voices rising above the frightened murmurs of their people. Celeste realized that their true battle had already begun. Before they could face the Black Sun, they would need to unite a fractured world. Over the next months, Celeste and the Guardians worked tirelessly. Ignatius's passion ignited hope in the hearts of the despairing. Nerissa's adaptability helped broker compromises between warring factions. Sylvan's steadfast nature provided a foundation for new alliances to grow. Zephyr's levity lifted spirits and eased tensions, and Umbra's insights into the nature of fear helped people confront and overcome their darkest thoughts. Slowly, unity began to take root. The people of Ethoria, inspired by the diverse group of guardians working in harmony, started to set aside their differences. They shared resources, combined their knowledge, and prepared for the coming eclipse not as separate kingdoms, but as one united realm. As the prophesied day approached, Celeste led the guardians to the top of Lumina's central tower. The air grew heavy, and an unnatural twilight descended upon the land. In the sky, the sun began to darken, as if a great beast were devouring it bite by bite. Now, Celeste commanded, her voice ringing with authority that belied her years. The guardians formed a circle around her, channeling their elemental powers into Celeste. Fire, water, earth, air, and shadow swirled around her in a dizzying maelstrom of pure energy. Celeste raised her arms to the darkening sky, becoming a conduit for the combined might of the elements and the hope of all Ethoria. Light burst forth from her body, a radiant beacon that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. The black sun loomed overhead, a void that threatened to swallow all light. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed as if the darkness would prevail. Celeste felt her strength wavering, the light dimming, but then, from below, came a sound that started as a whisper and grew to a roar. The people of Ethoria, united in purpose, were lending their voices and their hope to Celeste's light. Their combined will surged through her, reinforcing the Guardian's power. With a final monumental effort, Celeste channeled this unity into a blast of pure radiance that struck the heart of the Black Sun. There was a sound like the shattering of 1,000 mirrors, and then light flooded back into the world. The Black Sun dissipated like mist before the dawn, revealing the true sun shining brightly in a clear sky. As cheers erupted from the city below, Celeste sank to her knees, exhausted but triumphant. The Guardians gathered around her, their faces reflecting a mixture of awe and relief. "It is done," Celeste breathed, a tired smile gracing her lips. "We have written a new prophecy, one of unity and hope." In the years that followed, Ethoria entered a golden age of cooperation and enlightenment. The Guardians, once solitary beings, chose to remain among the people, teaching and guiding them. And Celeste, no longer burdened by visions of doom, dedicated herself to fostering the unity that had saved their world. The tale of the Lightbearer and the 5 Guardians became legend, passed down through generations as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of hope, when kindled in the hearts of many, can illuminate the path to a brighter future. And so, in the gleaming spires of Astrolith, in the fiery peaks and ocean depths, in forests ancient and windswept isles, in the once desolate wastelands now blossoming with new life, people of Ethoria looked to the sky without fear, knowing that as long as they stood together, no shadow could ever truly extinguish their light. Story 3. In the heart of the Iron-Spine Mountains, where ancient stone met timeless sky, the halls of Khazad-dûr resonated with the rhythmic symphony of hammers striking anvils. Prince Thorgr, heir to the dwarven throne, stood before the Forge of Ages, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. His hands, calloused from years of craftsmanship, traced the intricate runes etched into the surface of a mysterious archway, a relic long forgotten by his people. As the last echoes of the forges faded, an eerie silence fell over the cavernous chamber. Thorgr's fingers found a hidden mechanism, and with a soft click, the archway began to hum with an otherworldly energy. Shadows danced across its surface, coalescing into a shimmering veil that beckoned to him with whispers of power and glory. Without hesitation, Thorgr stepped through the portal, his heart pounding with anticipation. In an instant, he found himself in a realm of perpetual twilight, where towers of obsidian pierced a bruised sky, and rivers of liquid shadow meandered through desolate plain. The air crackled with dark magic, and Thorgr felt an intoxicating surge of power course through his veins. But as he explored this shadowy domain, a growing sense of unease gnawed at him. In the distance, a colossal citadel loomed, its spires wreathed in tendrils of darkness. From its depths came a bone-chilling roar that shook the very foundations of this twisted world. Realization dawned upon Thorgr too late. The portal had not led him to a realm of untold power, but to the prison of an ancient evil one that had now stirred from its slumber, awakened by his presence. In his hubris, he had unleashed a threat that could consume not only his kingdom, but all the lands beyond. Thorgr fled back through the portal, slamming it shut behind him, but the damage was done. Tendrils of shadow seeped through cracks in the stone, and an ominous rumbling echoed through the halls of Khazad-dûr. The Dwarven Council, upon learning of Thorgr's folly, was swift in their judgment. Stripped of his title and exiled from the only home he had ever known, Thorgr found himself cast out into the unforgiving wilds of the surface world. The weight of his actions bore down upon him like the mountains themselves, for he knew that the evil he had unleashed would not remain contained for long. Determined to right his grave wrong, Thorgr set out on a perilous quest to find a way to seal the portal permanently. His journey led him through treacherous landscapes, from the mist-shrouded Whispering Woods to the sun-scorched Badlands of Desolation. It was in the shadowy recesses of the Thief's Quarter, in the human city of Haven, Thorgr's path intersected with that of Zephyr, a nimble-fingered rogue with eyes that sparkled with mischief and secrets. Intrigued by the exiled prince's tale and the promise of adventure and riches, Zephyr agreed to join Thorgr's quest. Their unlikely duo became a trio when they encountered Elauan, an elven archer whose forest home had been tainted by the creeping darkness unleashed from the portal. With her keen senses and knowledge of ancient lore, Elauan proved an invaluable ally in their search for a solution. As they traversed the realms, the companions faced trials that tested not only their strength and wit, but the very bonds of their newfound friendship. They battled shadow creatures that threatened to engulf entire villages, solved riddles left by long-dead sages, and braved the perils of forgotten ruins in search of answers. Their quest led them to the Celestial Library, a repository of knowledge said to float among the clouds. There, amidst tomes of arcane wisdom, they discovered the existence of the Prism of Equilibrium, an artifact of immense power capable of restoring balance between light and shadow. But the path to the prism was fraught with danger. It lay hidden in the heart of the abyssal chasm, a place where reality itself seemed to warp and twist. As they descended into its depths, each member of the group was forced to confront their deepest fears and darkest secrets. Zephyr, haunted by a past betrayal, found himself tempted by shadowy whispers promising absolution through power. Elauan grappled with visions of her forest home consumed by darkness, her people twisted into grotesque shadow creatures. And Thorgr, burdened by guilt and shame, faced illusions of his father and kinsmen, their accusing eyes filled with disappointment and scorn. Yet it was through these trials that the true strength of their bond was forged. They emerged from the chasm changed, their resolve tempered like the finest dwarven steel. In its deepest chamber, they found the Prism of Equilibrium, a crystalline object that pulsed with an inner light, refracting rainbow hues that danced across the cavern walls. But their victory was short-lived. As they prepared to leave the chasm, they were confronted by Malachar, the Shadow Lord freed from his ancient prison. His form was a writhing mass of darkness, with eyes that burned like dying stars. He had been pursuing them, feeding on the fear and chaos left in the wake of his minions. A battle of epic proportions ensued, with Malachar's shadows clashing against Elauan's arrows of pure light, Zephyr's enchanted daggers, and Thorgr's thunderous warhammer. The prism responded to their united will, its light growing stronger with each selfless act and moment of courage. In the final moments of the battle, as all seemed lost, Thorgr realized the true purpose of the prism. It was not merely a weapon against darkness, but a catalyst for balance. With this understanding, he stepped forward, offering himself as a conduit between the prism and Malachar. Light and shadow surged through Thorgr, threatening to tear him apart. But he stood firm, guided by the unwavering support of his companion. In a blinding flash, the energies coalesced, and where Malachar once stood, there was now only a swirling vortex of perfectly balanced light and shadow. The threat was contained, but at a great cost. Thorgr emerged from the ordeal forever changed, his beard now streaked with silver, his eyes holding both the warmth of sunlight and the depth of shadows. He had become a living embodiment of the balance between light and dark. With the prism's power, they returned to Khazad-dûr, sealing the portal once and for all. The Dwarven Council, witnessing Thorgr's transformation and learning of his heroic deeds, rescinded his exile. But Thorgr knew his path now lay elsewhere. Together with Elauan and Zephyr, he set out into the world, their bond unbreakable. They became known as the Guardians of Equilibrium, venturing to places where light and shadow threatened to fall out of balance, their legend growing with each passing year. And so, in the annals of history, the tale of Thorgr's fall and redemption became a testament to the power of friendship, the importance of balance, and the enduring strength of the spirit in the face of overwhelming darkness. It served as a reminder that even in the deepest shadows, a spark of light can ignite a blaze of hope, and that sometimes the greatest heroes arise from the most unexpected places. As for the prism of equilibrium, it remained with them, a constant reminder of their journey and the delicate balance they had sworn to protect. In time, whispers spread of three figures: a dwarf with eyes of twilight, an elf with arrows of starlight, and a human who danced with shadows who appeared in times of great need, bringing harmony to a world ever teetering on the brink of chaos. And in the halls of Khazad-dûr, where once the rhythmic pounding of hammers echoed, a new sound could be heard, the melodic hum of perfect balance, a promise of a future where light and shadow coexisted in eternal harmony. Story 4. In the heart of the Silver Plains, where the grass shimmered like a sea of liquid moonlight and the wind whispered ancient secrets, stood the rival city-states of Euphoria and Ironhold. For centuries, elves and dwarves had coexisted in an uneasy peace, their cultures as different as the stars and the stone. But on a night when the twin moons eclipsed each other, casting an eerie blue glow across the land, everything changed. It began with a single crystalline flower blooming in the town square of Euphoria. By dawn, half the city had been transformed into glittering statues, their faces frozen in expressions of surprise and terror. In Ironhold, the dwarves awoke to find their prized forges encased in unbreakable crystal, the fires within extinguished for the first time in 1,000 years. Panic spread like wildfire across the Silver Plains. Elves and dwarves alike fled their homes, only to find the crystalline plague following in their wake, transforming everything it touched into lifeless, beautiful sculptures. In the chaos, two unlikely heroes emerged. Elauan, an elven healer with hair, the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of ancient forests, found herself thrust into a leadership role as the elven nobles succumbed to the crystal curse. Her counterpart in Ironhold was Grimlock, a grizzled dwarven alchemist whose experimental concoctions were as likely to explode as to yield breakthroughs. As the crystal plague spread, Elauan and Grimlock independently came to the same conclusion. The curse's origin lay in the mysterious caves of time, a labyrinth of tunnels said to exist outside the normal flow of time itself. Legend spoke of an oracle dwelling within, a being of unfathomable power and madness. Fate brought Elauan and Grimlock together at the entrance to the caves, a shimmering portal that seemed to shift and waver like heat haze. Their eyes met, centuries of mistrust and prejudice hanging between them like a veil. "I suppose we'll have to work together," Grimlock grumbled, his voice like gravel underfoot. Elauan's lips quirked in a wry smile. "So it seems, Master Dwarf. Shall we save the world?" Together, they stepped through the portal and into a realm beyond imagination. The caves of time were a masterpiece of impossibility. Stalactites grew upwards, stalagmites hung from the ceiling, and rivers flowed in loops and spirals that defied gravity. With each step, Elauan and Grimlock felt the weight of ages pressing upon them, their very essence stretched across millennia. As they ventured deeper, they encountered echoes of the past and glimpses of possible futures. They saw the founding of Euphoria and Ironhold, witnessed great battles and moments of profound peace. But always, at the edges of these visions, lurked a creeping crystal darkness. It's as if the timeline itself is being corrupted, Alawan mused, her healer's intuition sensing the wrongness that permeated the air. Grimlock nodded, his alchemist's mind racing. Aye, and if we don't stop it here, there will be no present left to return to. Their journey through the caves was a gauntlet of trials and revelations. They faced phantasmal warriors from long-forgotten wars, solved riddles posed by talking stone faces, and navigated chambers where time flowed backwards or sideways. With each challenge, the unlikely pair grew to respect and rely on each other, their initial mistrust giving way to a deep bond forged in adversity. Finally, they reached the heart of the caves, a vast cavern where reality itself seemed to fray at the edges. There, seated upon a throne of crystallized time, sat the oracle. Its form shifted constantly, sometimes appearing as an ancient elf, other times as a wizened dwarf, and occasionally as something altogether alien and terrifying. Welcome, children of the present, the oracle's voice echoed, simultaneously young and old, male and female, singular and plural. You seek to undo what has been done, to rewrite the story that is already written. Alawan stepped forward, her voice steady despite the fear that clawed at her heart. The crystal plague is destroying our world. We've come to beg for salvation. The oracle interrupted, its laughter like the shattering of glass. Oh, but don't you see? The crystallization is not a curse, but a gift. I am preserving your world, freezing it in the moment of perfection, before the ravages of time can tear it apart. Grimlock's hands clenched into fists. Perfection? You're turning living beings into statues. The oracle's form solidified into that of a beautiful but terrible being, its skin like polished crystal, its eyes swirling vortexes of time. I have seen the end of all things, the heat death of the universe itself. This is mercy, a chance for your world to endure eternally, unchanging and undiminished. As the oracle spoke, tendrils of crystal began to creep across the cavern floor, racing towards Alawan and Grimlock. The heroes backed away, their minds racing for a solution. It was Alawan who realized the truth first. You're afraid, she said, her voice soft but filled with certainty. You've seen so much, experienced the weight of eons, and you're terrified of the uncertainty of the future. The oracle's form flickered, its confidence wavering for the first time. You know nothing of fear, mortal. I have witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of gods. I, Grimlock chimed in, catching on to Alawan's strategy. But have you ever lived? Have you felt the joy of creation, the warmth of friendship, the bittersweetness of a life well lived? As they spoke, Alawan and Grimlock found themselves sharing memories not just with each other, but with the oracle itself. They showed it the beauty of imperfection, the growth that comes from struggle, the bonds forged through shared experience. They poured their essences into the oracle, filling its timeless existence with the vibrancy of mortal life. The crystal tendrils slowed, then stopped altogether. The oracle's form stabilized, becoming something neither elf nor dwarf, but a being of pure, radiant energy. When it spoke again, its voice was tinged with wonder. I understand now, it said, sounding for the first time like a singular entity. The beauty of your world lies not in stasis, but in change. In the potential for growth, for redemption, for love. With a gesture, the oracle conjured a shimmering orb, a representation of the world outside. Within it, Alawan and Grimlock watched as the crystal plague receded, life and motion returning to their lands. Go, the oracle said, its voice filled with new purpose. Return to your world and cherish every moment, for it is the fleeting nature of life that gives it meaning. As Alawan and Grimlock turned to leave, the oracle called out once more. But remember this, time is not a straight line, but a tapestry of infinite possibilities. The future you create is but one thread in a grand design, with those cryptic words echoing in their minds. Alawan and Grimlock emerged from the caves of time to find a world reborn. The silver plains sparkled with renewed vitality, the crystal plague nothing more than a fading memory. In Ethoria and Ironhold, elves and dwarves alike celebrated their salvation. But for Alawan and Grimlock, the adventure had only just begun. Their journey through the caves of time had forged a bond stronger than any racial divide, and they knew that their destinies were now intertwined. Together, they set out to bridge the gap between their peoples, to share the wisdom they had gained and to prepare for whatever challenges the tapestry of time might weave next. For they had learned that the greatest magic of all lay not in spells or potions, but in the connections between all living things of power that could transcend time itself. As the sun set on the silver plains, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Alawan and Grimlock stood side by side, their silhouettes merging into one. The wind carried the whisper of the oracle's final words, a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lay before them. The future is not set in crystal, but flows like quicksilver. Shape it wisely, for in your hands lies the power to write the next chapter in the grand saga of existence. And so, with hearts full of hope and eyes fixed on the horizon, the elven healer and the dwarven alchemist took their first steps into a future bright with promise and adventure. Story 5. In the heart of the verdant realm, where ancient trees stretched their emerald canopies towards the heavens, the crystal forest stood as a testament to the magic that coursed through the very fabric of the world. Shimmering leaves of translucent crystal clinked softly in the breeze, their melodic whispers carrying secrets as old as time itself. It was here, beneath the otherworldly glow of the crystal boughs, that young Liel's destiny began to unfold. Liel, an elven maiden with hair like spun moonlight and eyes that held the depth of twilight seas, had always felt a peculiar connection to the crystal forest. On this fateful day, as she wandered deeper into its heart than ever before, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The crystalline leaves vibrated with an urgency she had never experienced, their whispers growing more insistent with each step. Guided by an unseen force, Liel found herself in a hidden glade, where a single tree of pure, radiant crystal stood apart from the rest. Its trunk was etched with ancient runes that pulsed with an inner light. As she approached, the runes began to shift and dance before her eyes, forming words in a language long forgotten by her people. With trembling fingers, Liel traced the glowing symbols, and suddenly, the world around her fell away. Visions flooded her mind, armies of shadow marching across the land, elven cities crumbling to ash, and a darkness so profound it threatened to swallow the very stars from the sky. At the center of it all stood a figure wreathed in shadow, wielding a sword that seemed to drink the light from everything it touched. As quickly as they had come, the visions receded, leaving Liel gasping and trembling in the glade. The crystal tree's runes had settled into a clear message, a prophecy that foretold the fall of the elven kingdom at the hands of the shadow army. But there was hope, a sliver of light in the encroaching darkness. The prophecies spoke of the Sword of Light, a legendary weapon capable of turning back the tide of shadow, hidden away in the eternal mountains and guarded by a renegade dragon. Liel's heart raced as the weight of this knowledge settled upon her shoulders. She knew, with a certainty that transcended mere thought, that she had been chosen for this task. The fate of her people, of the entire verdant realm, now rested in her hands. Without hesitation, Liel set out from the crystal forest, her steps carrying her towards the distant peaks of the eternal mountain. The journey was perilous, fraught with dangers both seen and unseen. She crossed vast plains where the grass whispered warnings of hidden predators, forded rivers whose waters seemed to reach out with grasping tendrils, and navigated treacherous mountain passes where the very rocks sought to bar her path. It was in one such pass, as night fell and the mountains loomed ominously around her, that Liel encountered Thorgr. The dwarf emerged from the shadows like a creature of stone given life, his beard matted and wild, his eyes holding a haunted look that spoke of untold hardships. At first, Liel reached for her bow, years of distrust between their races rising to the surface. But something in Thorgr's demeanor gave her pause. What brings an elf so far from the forests? Thorgr's voice was gruff, but there was no hostility in his tone. Liel hesitated then, driven by an instinct she couldn't explain, shared her quest. As she spoke of the prophecy and the Sword of Light, she saw something change in Thorgr's eyes, a flicker of recognition, quickly masked by a deeper pain. The Sword of Light, Thorgr murmured, his voice heavy with an emotion Liel couldn't quite place. I know of it. and of the dragon that guards it. It was then that Thorgr revealed his own tale. He had once been a respected member of the dwarven court, a master craftsman whose works were sought after by kings and queens. But he had been exiled, cast out for a crime he claimed he didn't commit. The pain of his past was etched into every line of his face, a burden he had carried for far too long. As they talked through the night, an unlikely alliance began to form. Thorgr agreed to guide Liel to the dragon's lair, his knowledge of the mountains proving invaluable. In return, Liel promised to help clear his name once their quest was complete. Together, the elf and the dwarf ventured deeper into the eternal mountains. Their journey was not an easy one. They faced trials that tested not only their physical strength, but the very foundations of their newfound trust. Ancient mountain spirits sought to mislead them. Phantasmal warriors from long-forgotten battles rose to challenge their passage, and always the shadow of the prophecy loomed over them. As they traveled, Liel began to sense that Thorgr was holding something back. There was a tension in him that grew stronger as they neared their destination. When she confronted him about it, the dwarf's response sent a chill down her spine. "The dragon," Thorgr said, his voice barely above a whisper, "is my brother." The revelation struck Liel like a physical blow. Thorgr explained that his brother, Dracomir, had been a great hero among the dwarves, but he had been corrupted by the very artifact he had sworn to protect, the Sword of Light. The sword's power had transformed him, body and soul, into the dragon that now guarded it. It had been Thorgr who had tried to stop his brother, to break the sword's hold over him, but he had failed, and in the process had been branded a traitor and exiled from his people. Now, as they approached the dragon's lair, Thorgr was torn between his desire for redemption and his love for his brother. The final leg of their journey took them to the peak of the highest mountain, where the air was thin and the world below seemed but a distant memory. There, in a cavern that pulsed with ancient magic, they found Dracomir. The dragon was a creature of terrible beauty, its scales shimmering with an inner light that seemed to mock the darkness gathering in the world below. When it spoke, its voice was a symphony of power and pain. "Brother," it rumbled, its eyes fixed on Thorgr. "Have you come to finish what you started?" What followed was a battle not of swords and claws, but of wills and hearts. Liel, drawing upon the magic of her people, created a bridge of light between the brothers' minds, allowing Thorgr to reach the part of Dracomir that still remembered who he once was. As Thorgr fought to free his brother from the sword's influence, Liel found herself locked in combat with shadowy figures that emerged from the cavern walls, manifestations of the very evil they sought to prevent. The fate of the world hung in the balance as elf, dwarf, and dragon grappled with forces beyond mortal comprehension. In the end, it was love that won the day. Thorgr's unwavering belief in his brother's inherent goodness, combined with Liel's selfless determination, broke through the corruption that had held Dracomir for so long. With a roar that shook the mountains to their foundations, Dracomir shed his draconic form, returning to his dwarven self. The Sword of Light, freed from its corrupting influence, gleamed with a pure radiance that filled the cavern. As Liel grasped its hilt, she felt the power of ages flow through her, a force for good that could indeed turn back the tide of darkness. But their victory was bittersweet. Even as they prepared to return to the lowlands to confront the coming shadow, they knew that the greatest battles still lay ahead. The Shadow Army was vast, its power fueled by an evil as old as the world itself, and there were still secrets to be uncovered, truths about the nature of the sword and the destiny that had brought them all together. As they stood at the mountain's peak, looking out over the world they had sworn to protect, Liel, Thorgr, and Dracomir knew that their journey was far from over. The prophecy had set them on this path, but it was their choices, their sacrifices, and their unwavering courage that would determine the fate of all. The Crystal Forest's whispers had started it all, and now, with the Sword of Light in hand and unlikely allies by her side, Liel was ready to write the next chapter in the grand tapestry of their world's history. The shadow might be advancing, but so too was the light, a light born of friendship, forged in adversity, and destined to shine in the darkest of hours. Story 6. In the resplendent realm of Ethoria, where crystal spires pierced the clouds and enchanted gardens bloomed with flowers that sang to the moon, a pall of dread had fallen over the land. King Eldric, beloved ruler of the realm, stood frozen upon his throne, his flesh slowly turning to unyielding stone. The royal court buzzed with whispers of dark magic and ancient curses, but none dared speak too loudly, for fear that the shadows themselves might be listening. Prince Calum strode through the halls of the palace, his gilded armor gleaming in the light of 1,000 luminescent pearls that adorned the vaulted ceilings. His face, usually set in a mask of haughty indifference, now bore the weight of a kingdom on the brink of collapse. The prince had never wanted the responsibility of rule. He had been content with his life of luxury and frivolity. But now, with his father slowly petrifying before his eyes, Calum found himself thrust into a role he was woefully unprepared to fill. As he entered the throne room, the sight of his father, once a towering figure of strength and wisdom now half transformed into lifeless rock, sent a shudder through Calum's core. The king's eyes, still flesh, moved to meet his son's gaze. In them, Calum saw not the disappointment he had grown accustomed to, but a desperate plea. "My son," King Eldric's voice rasped, each word a labor as the stone crept up his neck. "You must find the chalice of eternal life. It is our only hope." Calum's mind reeled. The chalice was a thing of legend, a relic said to be hidden in the heart of the Goblin territories, land so perilous that even the bravest of Ethoria's knights dared not venture there. "But father," Calum protested, his voice trembling, "I am no hero. I cannot, you must." The king interrupted, his voice growing weaker. "The fate of Ethoria rests in your hand. Seek out Elara, the exiled elven sorceress. She will guide you." With a final, shuddering breath, King Eldric fell silent, the stone now covering all but his eyes, which remained fixed on his son with a mixture of hope and sorrow. Calum stumbled from the throne room, his mind a whirlwind of fear and self-doubt. He had never faced a real challenge in his life, preferring the comforts of the palace to the hardships of the world beyond. But now, with the weight of a kingdom on his shoulders, he knew he had no choice. The prince set out at dawn, slipping away from the palace before the court could protest. His journey took him through the whispering woods, where the trees themselves seemed to mock his inadequacies, their leaves rustling with derisive laughter. It was there, in a glade bathed in ethereal moonlight, that he encountered Elara. The elven sorceress emerged from the shadows like a creature of myth, her silver hair flowing like liquid starlight, her eyes holding the wisdom of centuries. "I have awaited your arrival, Prince Calum," she said, her voice melodious yet tinged with a hint of disdain. "Though I must admit, I expected someone more." Calum bristled at her words, but before he could retort, a new voice cut through the night. "Aye, he's a far cry from a hero, that's for certain." From the underbrush emerged a stout figure, a dwarf with a beard like steel wool and eyes that glinted with cunning. "Grimlock's the name, master smith and reluctant adventurer. At your service." Elara's eyes narrowed. "I work alone, dwarf. This quest is not for you." But Grimlock stood his ground. "The prince will need more than magic where he's going. He'll need steel, and there's none finer than dwarven forged." Calum, sensing an opportunity to assert himself, stepped between them. "I will need both of you," he declared, surprising himself with the authority in his voice. "The journey ahead is perilous, and I cannot do this alone." And so, the unlikely trio set forth towards the Goblin territories. Their path led them through treacherous swamps where will-o'-wisps danced enticingly, luring unwary travelers to their doom. They scaled cliffs of glass that reflected their deepest fears, forcing each to confront the shadows within their own hearts. As they traveled, Calum found himself changing. The hardships of the road stripped away his arrogance, revealing a core of determination he never knew he possessed. He learned the value of Elara's wisdom and Grimlock's practicality, and in turn, they began to see in him the makings of a true leader. But the greatest challenges lay ahead. The Goblin territories were a maze of twisting caverns and deadly traps. Foul creatures lurked in every shadow, their eyes gleaming with malevolent hunger. It was here, in the depths of a vast underground city, that the true nature of their quest was revealed. The Goblin King, a creature of nightmare with skin like gnarled bark and eyes that burned with green fire, sat upon a throne of bones. At his feet lay the chalice of eternal life, its golden surface unmarred by the corruption that surrounded it. "Welcome, little prince," the Goblin King sneered. "Have you come to barter for your father's life? What would you give for this trinket, I wonder?" Caleb stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword. But before he could speak, Elara's voice rang out, filled with a power that made the very air crackle. "He offers nothing, usurper. For the chalice is not yours to give." The cavern erupted into chaos. Goblins poured from every crevice, their weapons clanging against Grimlock's hastily raised shield. Elara's magic blazed, turning the tide of battle with bolts of pure starlight. And Caleb, drawing upon every lesson learned on their journey, fought with a skill and bravery that would have made his father proud. In the heat of battle, as he dueled with the Goblin King himself, Caleb realized a terrible truth. The curse upon his father, the trials they had faced, all of it had been orchestrated by forces far greater than a mere goblin sovereign. As the Goblin King fell, his form shimmered and changed, revealing the true architect of Ethoria's woes, Malakar, the vengeful sorcerer who had once been King Aldrich's most trusted advisor. Malakar had orchestrated everything, seeking to claim the throne for himself. "You fool," Malakar spat, blood trickling from his lips. "You think this victory means anything? The curse cannot be broken. Ethoria will fall, with or without its petulant prince." But Caleb, holding the chalice of eternal life in his hands, felt a surge of something he had never truly known before: hope. "You're wrong," he said, his voice steady. "Ethoria will endure, not because of me, but because of the strength of its people." With Malakar defeated and the chalice secured, the trio began their journey home. But Caleb knew that the real challenge was yet to come. The curse upon his father was but a symptom of a deeper malady that afflicted the kingdom, one of complacency and neglect. As they neared the borders of Ethoria, Caleb turned to his companions. "I cannot thank you enough for all you've done," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "But I fear our quest is not yet over. Will you stand with me to heal not just my father, but the entire realm?" Elara and Grimlock exchanged a glance, then nodded. "Aye, lad," Grimlock said gruffly. "You've proven yourself a leader worth following." Elara's smile was like the breaking of dawn. "The stars themselves have marked your path, Prince Caleb. We would be honored to walk it with you." As they crested the final hill, the crystal spires of Ethoria's capital glittering in the distance, Caleb felt a profound change within himself. He was no longer the selfish, arrogant prince who had left these shores. He had been forged in the fires of adversity into something greater, a true heir to the throne, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With the chalice of eternal life in his grasp and loyal friends by his side, Prince Caleb stepped forward to meet his destiny, knowing that the greatest adventure, the rebuilding of a kingdom, was only just beginning. Story 7. In the sundered lands, where the scars of ancient wars still marred the earth, an uneasy peace had reigned for centuries between the Elves of the Silverleaf Forest and the Dwarves of the Iron Mountains. The two races, once bitter enemies, now coexisted in a fragile balance, their borders marked by the Great Rift, a chasm so deep that its bottom was lost to shadow. On a day when the twin moons hung low in the sky, their celestial dance mirroring the tenuous alliance below, the earth began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely perceptible, but soon grew into a roar that shook the very foundations of both realms. Trees swayed, mountains groaned, and the great rift itself seemed to breathe, exhaling plumes of ancient dust. As suddenly as it had begun, the quake subsided, leaving behind an eerie silence. But something had changed. Where once the rift had been an impenetrable void, now a ghostly light emanated from its depths, illuminating the ruins of a civilization long forgotten. In the elven capital of Ethoria, Queen Elastriel gazed upon the phenomenon with eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 years. Her voice, soft yet carrying the weight of command, broke the stunned silence of her court. "Felon," she called, and a young elf with hair like spun gold stepped forward, his bow slung across his back. "You must investigate these ruins. The fate of our people may depend on what you discover." Meanwhile, in the dwarven stronghold of Khazad Diyar, King Thorin Ironheart's voice boomed through halls of carved stone. "Brenna Stonehammer," he growled, addressing a sturdy dwarf woman whose arms bear the scars of countless battles. I'm sending you to explore these ruins. We must know if they pose a threat to our kingdom, and so, as dawn broke over the sundered lands, two figures approached the great rift from opposite sides. Felin moved with the silent grace of his people, each step as light as a leaf on the wind. Brenna's approach was more direct, her heavy boots leaving imprints in the soft earth as she marched determinedly forward. They met at the edge of the chasm, eyes locked in mutual suspicion. For a moment, centuries of ingrained hostility threatened to overshadow their mission. But as another tremor shook the ground beneath their feet, sending pebbles skittering into the abyss, they realized that they faced a challenge greater than their ancestral enmity. I suppose we'll have to work together, Brenna said gruffly, extending a calloused hand. Felin hesitated for a heartbeat before clasping it firmly. So it seems, he replied, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Together, they began their descent into the rift. The ghostly light grew stronger as they climbed down. Illuminating steps carved into the rock faced steps made for beings far larger than elf or dwarf. As they descended deeper, the air grew thick with magic, ancient and powerful. At the bottom of the rift, a vast cavern opened before them, filled with structures that defied comprehension. Towers of crystal stretched towards a ceiling lost in darkness, their facets reflecting images of stars and galaxies. Statues of beings neither elven nor dwarven stood silent vigil, their eyes seeming to follow the explorer's every move. By Moradin's hammer, Brenna breathed, her voice hushed with awe. Felin nodded, equally stunned. This is beyond anything in our histories. As they ventured further into the underground city, they discovered murals depicting a civilization of immense power and knowledge. The images showed beings of light and shadow, wielding forces that could shape reality itself. But as they progressed, the murals took on a darker tone, showing conflict, destruction, and finally, a cataclysm that tore the world asunder. Look, Felin said, pointing to a recurring symbol, a sphere crackling with energy. This must be what they were fighting over. Brenna studied the image, her brow furrowed. Whatever it is, it's powerful enough to her words were cut short as the ground beneath them shifted. A hidden mechanism, triggered by their presence, caused the floor to split open, revealing a chamber bathed in pulsing, otherworldly light. In the center of the chamber, suspended in a column of energy, floated a sphere exactly like the one depicted in the murals. Its surface swirled with colors beyond description, and the very air around it seemed to warp and bend. We shouldn't touch it, Felin warned, but even as he spoke, he felt an irresistible pull towards the artifact. Brenna nodded, fighting against the same compulsion. Aye, but we can't leave it here either. If this is what destroyed them, it could do the same to us before they could decide on a course of action. A voice echoed through the chamber, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Children of the sundered world, it intoned, each word resonating with power. You stand at the precipice of destiny. The air shimmered, and before them appeared a figure of pure light, its form constantly shifting between different aspects, sometimes elven, sometimes dwarven, sometimes something else entirely. I am the Oracle, the being continued, last guardian of the eternity sphere. For eons, I have waited for those worthy to inherit its power and its burden. Felin and Brenna exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. They had come seeking answers, but now found themselves faced with a responsibility beyond imagining. The Oracle's voice grew urgent. The sphere contains the power to reshape reality, to mend what was broken or shatter it beyond repair. It was this power that doomed my people, turning them against one another in their hunger for control. Images flashed around them, visions of a world united, of wonders beyond comprehension, but also of destruction on a scale unimaginable. Now, the sphere awakens once more, the Oracle continued. Its power seeps into your world, causing the tremors you have felt. If left unchecked, it will tear your lands apart, just as it did ours. Brenna stepped forward, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment. What would you have us do? The Oracle's light pulls brighter. You must make a choice. Take the sphere and use its power to heal the rift between your peoples, or destroy it and forever sever the connection to its power. Felin's hand tightened on his bow. And if we choose wrong, then all will be lost. the oracle said simply. The choice must be unanimous, and it must be made now. The barriers holding back the sphere's power grow weaker by the moment. Felin and Brenna looked at each other, centuries of mistrust and conflict hanging between them. In that moment, they saw not elf and dwarf, but fellow beings facing an impossible choice. We can't risk it, Brenna said softly. The power to reshape the world. No one should have that. Felin nodded slowly. To wield such power would be to become the very thing we sought to prevent. Together, they turned to the oracle. We choose to destroy it, they said in unison. The oracle's form seemed to relax, a sense of relief emanating from its radiant body. So be it. You have chosen wisely, proving yourselves worthy guardians of this world. With a gesture, the oracle caused the eternity sphere to descend. As it touched the ground, cracks appeared on its surface, light spilling from within. The chamber began to shake, more violently than before. Go now, the oracle commanded. Return to your people and tell them what you have seen. Let this be the beginning of a new era of cooperation between your races. As Felin and Brenna raced back towards the surface, the ruins behind them began to collapse, taking with them the last remnants of a civilization lost to time and hubris. They emerged from the great rift as the twin moons reached their zenith, casting a silvery light over the sundered lands, where once the chasm had divided their peoples. Now, it stood as a monument to a shared trial and a joint victory. Felin turned to Brenna, a new respect in his eye. I suppose we have much to discuss with our leaders. Brenna grinned, clapping him on the shoulder with a force that nearly buckled his knees. Aye, that we do, and perhaps over a flagon of dwarven ale. As they made their way back to their respective realms, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. It was a new day for the sundered lands, one that promised hope, unity, and the strength to face whatever challenges the future might hold together. Story 8. In the realm where magic and mundanity danced in eternal walls, the Whispering Woods stood as a testament to the raw power that coursed through the veins of the world. Here, among trees older than memory, the legendary mage Zephyrus had made his home for centuries, guarding the delicate balance between the elven kingdoms of Luminara and the dwarven strongholds of Irondeep. On a night when the stars themselves seemed to hold their breath, a piercing cry shattered the ethereal calm of the forest. Zephyrus, his long silver beard flowing like liquid moonlight, emerged from his tower of twisted oak and living stone. His eyes, pools of ancient wisdom, widened in shock as he beheld a sight that chilled his immortal blood. There, suspended in midair, hung a tear in the very fabric of reality. Through it, Zephyrus glimpsed impossible vistas, realms of pure light, abyssal darkness, and everything in between. With a gesture of power, the mage sealed the rift, but the damage was done. The veil between worlds had been weakened, and the consequences would echo across the land. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a commotion arose at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Alaric, Zephyrus's half-elven apprentice, burst into the clearing. His mismatched eyes one the deep green of the forest, the other the stormy gray of mountains stone wide with panic. "Master," he cried, his voice cracking with emotion. They're saying you're dead." Zephyrus's brow furrowed, the lines of his face deepening like the roots of an ancient tree. "Dead? My boy." But his words were cut short as an arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself in the mage's chest. Zephyrus looked down in shock, his form already beginning to fade like mist in the morning sun. "Alaric," he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "You must find the truth, the balance, protect," and then he was gone, leaving behind nothing but a scattering of starlight on the forest floor. Alaric stood frozen, his mind reeling. In the distance, he could hear the approaching shouts of elven guards and dwarven warriors, their ancestral enmity forgotten in the face of this shared tragedy. Without thinking, he ran, plunging deeper into the Whispering Woods, branches whipping at his face as accusations of murderer and traitor echoed behind him. For days, Alaric fled through landscapes that defied description, forests where the trees whispered secrets in forgotten tongues, mountains that rearranged themselves when no one was looking, and rivers that flowed with liquid starlight. All the while, the words of his master haunted him. Find the truth, protect the balance, It was on the 7th day of his flight that Alaric stumbled upon the floating isles, a chain of mystical islands suspended in the sky, hidden from the world below by veils of mist and magic. Exhausted and heartsick, he collapsed on the shore of the lowest island, the soft purple grass cushioning his fall. When he awoke, Alaric found himself surrounded by figures in shimmering robes, their faces obscured by hoods of ever-shifting colors. One stepped forward, lowering her hood to reveal features that seemed to blend elven grace with dwarven strength. "Welcome, Alaric, son of two worlds," she said, her voice like the chiming of crystal bells. "I am Elara, keeper of the cosmic loom. We have been expecting you." Alaric struggled to his feet, wariness and wonder warring within him. You know who I am? Then you must know I'm innocent. I didn't kill." Elara raised a hand, silencing him. "We know many things, young one. The death of Zephyrus was foretold, as was your coming. But the future is a tapestry of infinite threads, and even we cannot see all ends." She gestured, and the air before them shimmered, revealing images of chaos spreading across the lands below. Rifts like the one Zephyrus had closed were appearing with increasing frequency, spilling creatures of nightmare into the world. "The veil between realities grows thin," Elara explained, her voice grave. "Zephyrus was its guardian, using his power to maintain the balance. With his passing, that duty now falls to you." Alaric shook his head, overwhelmed. "But I'm no one, just a half-breed apprentice, not even fully trained. How can I possibly?" "You are more than you know," Elara interrupted, her eyes glowing with an inner light. "In your veins flows the magic of two worlds, a bridge between realms. You alone have the potential to mend the veil." Over the days that followed, Alaric trained with the Keepers, learning secrets of magic that transcended the teachings of both elves and dwarves. He discovered powers within himself he never knew existed, the ability to perceive the threads of reality, to pluck them like the strings of a cosmic instrument. But even as his powers grew, so too did the chaos in the world below. Alaric watched in horror as armies of shadow marched across Luminara, while creatures of living flame laid siege to the forges of Irondeep. And always, at the heart of the madness, he glimpsed a figure wreathed in darkness, wielding power that felt horrifyingly familiar. "It's time," Elara announced one dawn, as the floating isles drifted over a vast desert of silver sand. "You must return and face your destiny, Alaric, but you will not go alone." From the gathering of keepers stepped two figures. The first was a dwarven princess, her beard intricately braided with gems that sparkled like captured stars. "I am Thora Gemhart," she said, her voice strong and clear. "My people believe you murdered Zephyrus, but I see the truth in your eyes. I will stand with you." The second figure was like nothing Alaric had ever seen, a dragon, but one of living shadow and moonlight. As he watched, it shimmered and transformed, taking the shape of a tall, ethereal being of indeterminate gender. "I am Xerix," it said, its voice a harmony of whispers. "I am neither elf nor dwarf, but something other, like you. I bridge worlds. I offer you my power and my guidance. Together, the unlikely trio descended from the floating isles, returning to a world on the brink of annihilation. They fought their way through armies of nightmare creatures, closed rifts that threatened to tear reality apart, and slowly, painfully, began to unite the fractured peoples of the realm against the true enemy. For Alaric had finally understood the truth behind Zephyrus's death and the weakening of the veil. The dark figure he had glimpsed was no mere servant of chaos, but a twisted reflection of himself and Alaric from another reality, one who had embraced the darkness and sought to remake all worlds in his image. The final battle took place in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where it had all begun. As elven archers and dwarven warriors fought side by side against hordes of shadow creatures, Alaric confronted his dark counterpart atop the ruins of Zephyrus's tower. "You fool," the dark Alaric sneered, his voice an echo of Alaric's own. "Don't you see? With the power to move between realities, we could reshape existence itself. Why cling to this doomed world when we could rule all worlds?" Alaric stood firm, drawing upon the strength of his friends and the teachings of the Keepers. "Because this world, flawed as it is worth fighting for. Its beauty lies in its imperfections, in the connections between all living things as they clashed, magic against magic, light against darkness. The veil between worlds grew ever thinner. Reality itself seemed to waver, multiple versions of the Whispering Woods overlapping and blurring together. In the end, it was not power that decided the battle, but choice. Alaric, reaching out not with magic but with empathy, touched the core of pain and loneliness within his dark self. For a moment, the two Alarics stood as one, seeing through each other's eyes, feeling each other's hopes and fears. "I forgive you," Alaric whispered, "and I'm sorry." With those words, the dark Alaric's form began to dissolve, merging with his counterpart. Alaric felt the rush of memories, of lives lived across countless realities, flow into him. And with that knowledge came understanding of the veil, of the balance, and of his own place in the grand tapestry of existence. As the sun rose on a new day, Alaric stood atop the restored tower of Zephyrus, no longer an apprentice, but a true guardian of reality. Beside him, Thora and Xerix watched as the last of the rifts sealed themselves, the veil between worlds stronger than ever before. "What now?" Thora asked, her hand finding Alaric. Alaric smiled, feeling the pulse of magic that connected all things. "Now," he said, "we build a future where all beings, regardless of race or realm, can live in harmony." The adventure is just beginning, and as the Whispering Woods stirred with new life, the legend of Alaric, the half-elven Veilwalker, began to spread a tale of courage, redemption, and the power of bridging worlds.